Good morning, chat. It is a beautiful Monday morning here in Kansas. How is everybody doing? We have some Warhammer news to go through today before we get started painting. We're painting a Gravis captain with 2 power fists with the twin bolters. No Calgar anymore, only Gravis captain. We all knew this was coming. If we did not think this was coming, we were fools. Now, does this bode well for other things that they have said? They, being GW, has said like, oh, no, it'll be fine. You can use this for both Heresy and 40k, because historically, that has not been the case. I am talking about the Custodes refresh, where they were very careful about their language on, oh, well, you can still play with the old models, you can still play with the new models. Does that mean that that's going to be going away? Who knows? But we'll have to see. As of right now, who knows? The Custodes aren't even out yet. They're not even up for pre-order. But I'll tell you what is. We have some combat patrols and battalions to go through. One moment. I can throw those up on screen. I want the new Custodes already. They are very good. What did I miss last stream? We painted a Terminator. It was fun. It also had me getting used to painting my blue again. The Terminator's a little lighter than the other ones, but that's fine. It's not a problem. It is A-okay. One moment, everybody. I'm just pulling up WarhammerCommunity.com. The only big thing is there seems to be a new Horus Heresy book. Let me see here. Aha! Oh, get the funny image off screen. New Horus Heresy book starring Zardu Layak. I don't know anything about this guy. I do know his model is pretty cool. He comes with 2 like possessed marines as like they're called like blade slaves, and that's pretty neat. Looks cool. He is a word bearer, so I'm going to assume that it's a pretty neat book. Anyway, screw that. Iron Warriors Combat Patrol. This one comes with the upgrade sprue, a warp smith, couple legionaries, terminators, and havocs. That's it. As for value, sorry, that was very loud. As for value, I would say it's meh. It's unclear if this kit is getting refreshed into plastic or if they include the mini as a point of advertising. I would bet on the second point. Yeah, as for the value of this, it's fine. Weird that it has no vehicles, though. You think you're going to get very good value over a combat patrol like this? No, you get your upgrade sprue, some Terminators and Havocs, and a Warpsmith, and you will be happy, goddammit. Look at that Warpsmith who does nothing with this group of people. This is a good box if you already have Iron Warriors and you want more Iron Warrior stuff, and you just want that upgrade sprue. And you're like, yeah, I could use 5 more Terminators, a couple more Havocs, and a couple of Legionaries. This is for that person. Let's take a look at the battalions. Christ. Okay. Sure. All right. Hey, kids. Do you want a dreadnought and a tank? What about 2 dreadnought and 2 tank. Wouldn't that be amazing? Did Poor Hammer make this? No. Adeptus Mechanicus Battalion. I don't even like vehicles, I just want little dudes. I agree. I'm an infantry enjoyer. Okay, for my Mechanicus girlies in chat. Is this good value? Is this good value? I don't know anything about Mechanicus. I don't play Mechanicus. I don't have any friends that play Mechanicus. Is this good value? AdMech is never good value. Yeah, but even compared to the rest of AdMech. Ava, how's Carrie? Good. I'm starting to stream a little late today because last night we were up late playing Night Rain. It was a fun time. We were fighting the bi-weekly boss, Augur, and we got like halfway through. This is atrocious. AdMech will always suffer in points to dollar value. Well, maybe don't pick this up unless you really want it. I have Terror Battalion Imperial Knights. Do you want 1 knight and then 2 armigers to go with your, what was it? The combat patrol was just 7 armigers? Or the battalion was just 7 armigers? Round that up to 9. Get a bigger knight in there. Bam, you're done. And that's it. I mean, if you are interested in knights, that's probably a good value. Because, like, what? The regular knight's like 200, and then the armigers are 80. So, technically, this is just 2 kits. But the, what was that? Knight Castellan? It's pretty customizable. The battalion is probably going to be the same cost as buying a Dominus and a set of armigers. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. These don't really excite me. This one is potentially exciting. Where my Perturabo? You're not going to get him. You've now had 2 Loyalist Primarchs and all 4 Demon Primarchs got refreshed. You're not going to get another Trader again. I'd be shocked if they did another Trader Primarch coming back. The ratio is off. We actually have an Iron Warriors Combat Patrol. I'm very underwhelmed with all of these. This one, the Sons of Dorn might be the only one that's like, okay, there's something interesting here. Everything else is like, eh. If you really want that Iron Warriors upgrade sprue with the, what is it, like a Power Fist, some shoulder pads, and some heads, sure. Go for it. But this as like a, oh, I'm getting started with an army, I wouldn't start with this. Unless, obviously, unless you're like, this is literally the coolest thing ever. It's everything I've wanted. If you feel like that, go for it. Don't let me stop you. You might as well have given us Zongor. Well, imagine if this was like, okay, I could make this box worse with the addition of a single kit. Cultists. That would make this box fucking dog shit. No, it wouldn't. Cultists, as an objective holder, are pretty good. But I, speaking as someone who has attempted to batch paint 30 of them, hate them. I 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 hate cultists. They're decent cannon fodder. All cultists do is lie, eat hot chip. No. All cultists do is sit on your home objectives. One of my biggest problems with 40k is that you must bring something in your list. I'm speaking from the perspective of somebody who mainly is familiar with Space Marines and Chaos Space Marine rules. But at least with those factions, you must bring one unit that will sit on your home objective the entire game, because the fucking rules do not have sticky objectives by default. Now, that being said, cultists do have sticky objectives. So either you have them park their ass on your home objective or they go steal secondaries, but they're so fucking squishy that it doesn't matter. All cultists do is catch bolter rounds in their faces. All cultists do is block the charge, eat hot chip, and steal the secondary objective. That's all they do, folks. I missed the free mini of the month. It wasn't a cultist. It was a Dark Oath, well, I guess it's like a Age of Sigmar cultist. Whoa, where did I go? You want to see raw aura? I'll show you raw aura. Look at these dudes. All of my slaves to darkness are up in Canada, and that's okay. They're safe up there. Carrie is guarding them. But God, they're so cool. I've got some Varangard. I've got Abraxia. I really want the Chaos Sword on Karkadrak. Awesome. But there is a similar feeling to Dark Oath in my mind as I have to Chaos Cultists. But I think the Dark Oath are a little cooler just because they've got that Conan the Barbarian vibe. I like this vibe a lot. Chaos Cultists? Boring. Ew. Ew, gross. Don't like. This? Awesome. Alien horse? Nah, they put a cool war mask on the horse. What about trader guards? Don't care. Do not care. Chaos Cultist is Mad Max shit and not even the fun kind. This is why whenever I see people say, like, oh, I want more Chaos Cultists, I'm like, do you? Are you sure? Oh, they're really cool. Chat, I'm kicking my feet, I'm twirling my hair, and I'm going, ooh, I could make all of you into Fallen so easily. Chat, these guys as Fallen, and their rules also kind of fit with the Fallen vibe. Twirling my hair, kicking my feet. What if we just had a squad of Fallen in the Chaos Space Marine community army? What's the word I'm thinking of? I'm batting my eyelashes at you. You know? These cultists are cool. The Dark Commune, but they are not cultists in the same way that regular cultists are. Like, these guys are fucking cool. This is awesome. If this is what cultists look like, I'd be like, oh yeah, I'm all over cultists. Look at these fucking Nazgul-looking motherfuckers. Look at that. That's amazing. Aura. This. Aura. Love that. Love me some accursed cultists. I would gladly throw them in a in a meat grinder. I would gladly do so. Even the trade. Okay, I will say this. Hold on. Where are the regular cultists? Okay. Regular cultists look cool. I only have a problem in. I feel like they're an auto include. Personally, and I also think they are far too detailed for how fragile they are. I personally think these kits should be far more simplified to reflect how they are like a horde. Even Trader Guardsmen look cooler. Like, look at that. I mean, what size base are these? 25 millimeter? You could just proxy these Trader Guardsmen as cultists. You could just proxy these as cultists, honestly. They're on the same bases. Why not? Now, that being said, cultists with guns is not a data sheet anymore. They only have, like, improvised weapons and, what are these? Auto pistols? The leader can have a bolt gun. So you would have to work with that data sheet. But, like, this, cool. Honestly, the Trader Guard should just be cultists. Well, I don't know. Auto guns. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. I have this guy. And he's so cute. I could show you him. Oh! Dude! Okay, I love Outriders. The Outrider sculpt, I think, looks awesome. I think this kit is so sick. I want Outriders. I don't even want them for a list. I just love motorcycles and giant fucking Space Marines on them. That's so cool. Please, please, please refresh the bikes. And if I don't like the bikes, you know what I'm going to do? You know what I'm going to do if I don't like the bikes? I'll show you what I'm going to do. You get some of these. And you just use these instead, baby. And it's as simple as that. And it's as simple as that. You get some Space Marines riding on Juggernauts? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Games Workshop, if you're listening. I don't know why you would. I'm some person on the internet who just makes videos based on your IP. And generally speaking, I like your products a lot. They're a little expensive, though. Could you fix that? Anyway, here's how you would have gotten me to stay as a World Eaters girly forever. Is instead of releasing the Slaughterbound, you released Khorne Berserkers riding on Juggernauts. That would have been like, okay, well, fuck Chaos Space Marines into the fucking trash. Don't care anymore. Now we're up to fucking this. But you didn't do that. And so, ooh, now this is going to be really funny. Somebody clip this. This is going to be really funny if their next drop is cavalry. Or that Lord Invocatus can actually lead. That would be sick. What is a steed if not a bike with legs? True. True. Wait, what's getting filtered in chat? Oh, Helldrake. Chat, maybe we make it like a goal at some point. Maybe we do like another community goal where if we reach some sort of milestone, I have to paint a Helldrake. Look at that. Look at all that trim, baby. Look at what? Look at all that trim, baby. Woo! Look at that. God damn. Would you like if cultists rode demons, Ava? I'd like if cultists were demons. This is my thing. Is I would like it if they were demons. Like the accursed cultists. Where'd they go? Up here? This? Awesome. Awesome. This is cool because I could totally imagine the fucking my Black Legion going like, oh yeah, we have these cultists on the ship. They turned like into demons because we went through the fucking warp and we don't have like a Geller field and they just got like completely fucking rampaged by these demons. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, so when we land on planet, when we get on world, we're just gonna like open the pod door and just like let them out. Oh, yeah, for sure, for sure. They're gonna die first, but then that'll waste some bolter rounds or some las... I don't know how las guns work. I don't know if they have ammo. I guess they do. Anyway. Waste the fucking ammo on that while we just, like, deploy and go lol. Fucking... That's awesome, bro. Sorry, Imperium of Man, come back to me when you have a machine sky dragon. I'm walking up to you. I'm Arnold Schwarzenegger. You're the other actor I can't remember the name of right now. I'm going, you son of a bitch. And we fucking... I think even the Chaos Assaris use the Geller Fields to avoid being forced into packs with demons. I guess everybody except Word Bearers. Although Word Bearers, it's a bit interesting because they like the demons, but they're like, I also desperately don't want to be possessed. Like, that would be so fucking rough for me, actually. Look at this guy. Like, this cultist is cool. He's got a funny fire stick. I like his Gloomspite Git hunch. Kind of aura. Kind of aura, though. I wish he had a mask. I wish he had, like, a chaosy mask that we could use instead of his bald-ass head. Meme of Wolverine stroking the picture frame. Oh, Beastman, my beloved. Oh, Beastman, my beloved. Look how fucking cool they are! Look at that! This dude... Hold up. You need to look at the wizard. Where is he? Look at that! That's all... The stance? The staff? The fucking shroud? Yes, dude! That's awesome! Beastmen, my beloved. Oh, I love Beastmen. They're so cool. You're telling me there are kind of like scorned by chaos, scorned by everybody, giant minotaurs that are just running around and like just causing mischief? Hell yeah. That's awesome. That's the coolest thing ever. Look at this guy with the funny gas mask. God, I love them. God, I love Beastmen. What size base are they on? Hold on, can I? Fuck. 32 mil? Yeah, the way their feet are positioned, they would never fit on a 25 mil. Well, this one would, but you get what I'm saying. Sad they're not good to use. Yeah, but the aura. Like, that's... Who cares about the data sheet or anything like that? It's about aura. I don't like the Master of Executions. I think he looks kind of derpy. Tell you what, though. Don't like Huron. Love this guy. Love this guy. Would definitely get this guy to add as like a apothecary into the unit. This guy, not so much. Not so much. This guy, aura. 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 This lady, aura. 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 This lady, aura. 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 Funny dog. That's the one redeeming thing about Huron Blackheart, is that he does have his funny dog. Chat, people are doing that thing that they did with Gilliman and Yvrain, and they're like, the alligator lady and Huron Blackheart are like in a relationship, and I think it's really funny because all I can think of is the never ask a true Nord of Skyrim what race his wife is. Skyrim belongs to the Nords. No, not you lifts with her tail. No, 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 you're different. It's okay. I'll tell you what, chat. Would you accept a proxy of a Master of Executions, considering they're on the same base, as the dude here? The dude with the scythe? Because I was thinking, like, this dude as a Master of Executions is actually fucking sick. Walking around. He's got the scythe. The scythe, because it's, you know, he's going around killing people. Provided it's painted differently than a Death Shroud. Oh, yeah, no. Like, Black Legion colors. Black Legion colors. I love a scythe. Power scythes are so cool. It's crazy that while learning Horus Heresy, like a lot of my conversations about it has been texting Lou and going, what do you mean power spear? What do you mean power lance? And he's like, yeah, you can just like kit bash a lance or a spear onto your Space Marine. And I'm like, why is that not a thing in 40k? And he's like, I don't know. Man Reapers kick ass? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Chat, I'm going to say it. While Vashtor aesthetically is an awesome miniature, love him, I wouldn't want to paint him. And I don't exactly know why. And it's nothing to do with his design. It's nothing to do with his general attitude. Where's Be'lakor? I'm scanning. There's no Be'lakor. What? Am I crazy? Demon. Could you use Be'lakor in CSM? Or am I crazy? Am I crazy? Am I getting that mixed up with Slaves to Darkness, where you can use both mortals and demons? You are crazy. Okay. Anyway. Be'lakor, awesome. Aura. Vashtor, kinda there. Now, I get what they're going for, because Vashtor, he's like stalking the field. He's walking. Look how casual this walk is. He's walking. He's very scary. And, like, given his abilities, it makes sense why he's walking like this. Because he's walking, he's kind of flicking his hand up like this. And in my mind, it's sort of, he's because, like, his ability is all about, like, overheating their, he turns weapons that are shooting him into hazardous weapons. So even if they're bolters or something. So he's, like, in my mind, he's, like, just striding the field, and he's looking over at somebody who's, like, about to shoot him, and he's flicking his wrist up. And then, like, that bolter explodes. That's cool. I guess there's just something, maybe, I don't know. I've had this experience with a couple miniatures where, like, when I looked at them on the shop, I wasn't a big fan. But then when I actually had it in my hands, I was like, wait, this is awesome. You know what I mean? But Be'lakor, dude. This. Awesome. Very, very, very cool mini. Oh. Get that fucking Ultramarine out of here. Get him out of here. You see Be'lakor on the table, you know he's going to be a problem. That's true. Yeah, you know what? I think that does have something to do with it. Is that in the back of my mind, I know that Vashtor is not amazing rules-wise, but at least in, like, Age of Sigmar, and even 40k from what I've heard, but I'm more familiar with AOS at the current time. Be'lakor, in a lot of competitive lists for Slaves to Darkness, is like, oh my god, he's a problem. Be'lakor is a fucking problem. Vashtor be like, be gone, bigot. The Black Templar Ash baby. Ah! Now, Be'lakor, as being as cool as he is, I don't think is worth that much in dollary dues. No, thank you. No. That much for 2 sprue? No, man. I say this as someone who bought bought Be'lakor for Alex as a gift. That's why you buy LGS prices? That's true. That is true. Is Vivi awake? I need to complain about prices and stuff, and she'll do that thing that she always does where she's like, well, you know I have these 3D printed files, and I'll go, yeah, maybe later. And then we, then we continue about our day. GW is to blame, not Be'lakor. Well, It's also a lot of factors outside of GW, to be entirely fair. Now, that being said, even with that, with things like taking tariffs and the global economy going into the shitter, with all that taken into account, these minis are still ludicrously expensive for what you are actually buying and for what it takes to produce them. You are buying the brand. You are buying Warhammer, and Warhammer is expensive. They could have the prices be anything and still literally be doing it all. Not saying it makes sense. Well, okay. What we're coming to the conclusion is what I've always said, is that the problem is capitalism. The problem is always capitalism. Because shareholders don't give a fuck about what the price of these miniatures are. They care that we made more profits than the last quarter. I talked about this in an earlier stream. I can't remember when. But it's all about number must go bigger no matter what. And it's not even, oh, you made like $10,000 more than last quarter. It's like, oh, well, you didn't double our profits. So therefore, like, it's crazy. It's I don't know if cannibalistic would be the right word, but it's almost like an Ouroboros of, like, garbage. I must gain more profits no matter the cost. What if profit is impossible to achieve? Oh well, guess company dies. Number must only go up, never down. It's the fucking dog. It's the dog with the ball in its mouth. And the dog comes up to you and it's like, wag his tail. And you're like, hey, buddy, do you want to play ball? And they go, no. They pull away. Because they want you to throw the ball, but they don't want to give the ball. You're like, can you have the ball? And they're like, no! Throw the ball. Well, you need to give me the ball. No! I've had 2 dogs that do that. Fuck them shareholders. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The enemy of all humanity is capitalism. The Joy Toy Knight that is pre-assembled and pre-painted is the same size as the largest Warhammer 40k model and is a quarter of the price of it. Is it as big as a Titan? Excuse me. I'm still got the gunk in my throat. One last thing before we move over to the painting desk, chat, is that I wanna run an idea by you. Okay. So hear me out. Okay. I like Gravis armor. I like Gravis Calgar. Now hear me out. Hear me out. Okay? I have an idea to take this model, Tor Garadon. Ultramarine. Ultramarine Lieutenant. That's number 1. Number 2. I've been looking. I have not found, like, a lady head that would fit into, like, Gravis armor. Would he be too big? No, he's on 40 mil. And lieutenants are on 40 mil. The only issue I could see with building this mini is the purity seal, which we could just shave off. That's fine. The shoulder pad we don't even need on. I mean, that's such a small detail, I wouldn't even worry about it. But the power fist, chat. Imagine, okay, so here's my headcanon, right? My headcanon for this potential character, this Ultramarine Lieutenant. There's a kid on a planet. They get saved by the Ultramarines, woohoo. Turns out Calgar actually, like, saved this kid personally. Now, for Calgar, it's Tuesday, right? He does this all the time. It's not a big deal. Kid grows up. Turns out, perfect aspirant material. Goes through the trials. Really wants to get in there. but normal Tacticus Lieutenant. Yeah, Gravis armor doesn't have any increase in toughness or wounds. So it would essentially just be a lieutenant just in a cooler pose. So kid grows up and is like, I'm Calgar's #1 fan. And then she goes like, what did Calgar have that like was in my mind? Big fucking fist. I love the fist, chat. You know me. I love me a power fist. A power fist is like the coolest weapon in 40k. Big, meaty claws. Big, meaty fist. We'd love to see it. We put a lady head in there. Maybe I'm thinking at like the half mask, like the sort of Bane mask that Space Marines have a lot of the time, because I don't want to paint the lieutenant stripes again. I did it once. Don't want to do it again. Just a large lieutenant. Yep. There is no lieutenant for Gravis. That's what the apothecary biologists kind of do. It functions as a lieutenant. Gives lethal hits. That's weird. What? Whoa. I mainly want this, and this is all to say, I want this not for any sort of meta reason, not for any data sheet. It's just because I think the pose and the fist are awesome. If I ever am like, oh, I want to convert this, it's never like, oh, I'm like doing this for like a modeling advantage or whatever the hell. No. I'm here because there's a gigantic power fist with what would you call that? Like a knuckle duster on the power fist? Fuck off. It's weird that there isn't a Gravis Lieutenant. Give it 2 months before we see the 11th box. Give it like 2 months. No. Wait. No, that's entirely possible, because if the rumors are true, Chaplain with Jump Pack, Vanguard Veterans, I don't know. We have like 7 different Lieutenant minis, and not one is Gravis. It's really weird. Bro loves fisting. Yes, man. Yes. Turn the model. I see a feed shoot. Does the fist fucking shoot? Does he have like Doom Fist? Does he just shoot shit out of his knuckles? Like what? Does it explode? Is it a pile bunker? Wahapedia, you're right. I gotta check and see if Wahapedia is good for Horus Heresy 3rd. I saw that they updated it. Torgaradon. Not Torgadon, Torgaradon. Does he big O pile bunker punch people? He must, right? Come on, man. Could you make a Dreadnought and Apothecary just for fun? Just a giant syringe instead of a claw. Yeah. Huh, okay. The Hand of Defiance. It is only a melee weapon. It's strength 12. It's a fucking 2-up strength 12. Oh. Pretty sure he can solo tanks. Yeah, I believe it. That's fucking crazy. He's just walking up the field. Where are you going, sir? To deal with something. Holy shit. What's a book in 40K that's hard for normies? Wait, sorry. I didn't even move over to the other one. What's a book in 40K that's hard to read for normies but is absolutely peak? Ooh, hard for normies but is peak. Hard for normies. So you're asking me, because my entire job is getting normies into 40K. But what's something that is not for normies but is awesome? I think the short story Severance doesn't have a lot of payoff if you don't already know the deal with Nemesis or Xandrak. But that's a short story, that's not a book. Let me think. Watcher in the Rain is a good one too, as like normies would not really get it. And that's not saying like you wouldn't understand it. It's like no. It's like literally it is hard to follow if you don't know what the deal is. I would even argue, chat, the first Caiaphas Cain book. I would say the Caiaphas Cain book. If you don't know like the general set dressing for 40K, I can definitely see Caiaphas Cain being incredibly difficult to get into. Here, we're gonna move over to the painting desk. Where am I in this playlist? We're gonna switch over to Katamari. No, I knew the twist with it. No. I'm saying if you don't know like anything about Necrons, or you don't know the basic shenanigans of like what Nemesis or Xandrak is, or like you don't really see the tragedy if you don't know what the hell a Necron is. You know what I mean? Like when we're talking normies, I'm talking like my aunt goes to the library and picks up a book. You know what I mean? Like, Ava, I just woke up. Good morning. All right. I feel like everybody needs to watch the first Bricky 40K timeline vid before reading any of the books. I mean, this is why Warhammer books have that thing at the intro where it's like, here's what the setting is. Okay, you got that? Let's go. You know? Oh, the Katamari soundtrack is such a banger. Chat, we're finishing Calgar today. I've had him on my desk for far too long. We're finishing him. Minus transfers. We don't have any transfers today. But that's okay. Oh, sorry. Not Calgar. No. It's not Calgar. I need to read that new Necron book. My buddy, who is the biggest Necron fan that I know, other than me, he read it and he was like, yeah, it's good. It's okay. You know what we're gonna do? Can I eat you? What do you mean by that? If Bricky didn't make those videos, I wouldn't know Warhammer 40K. That's fair. Would you not just play him as the new Terminator model, Ava? No, because it would bother me too much. This, I've already rebased him. He's already a Gravis captain. That's just it. The 11th company captain, Carnius Malgar. Yes, man, yes. If you were bubblegum, what would your flavor be? Blue raspberry. Is it the new Titus book? The latest data slate update had Calgar removed entirely. Or, well, Gravis Calgar, that is. All right, chat. We're going to be painting Calgar and Gravis. Hold on, I'm just doing microphone testing. So if I'm over here mumbling like this, you can still hear me. Okay, yeah, great. How's the volume compared to me? Especially when I'm mumbling like this and I'm just like talking about some random bullshit like that. Can you still hear me just fine? What are you gonna do with his Victrix honor goons? No idea. My love, good morning, my darling. Carrie, welcome. Oh my goodness. Audio mix is great. Great! I did it. I added some, like, compressors and shit to this. I have a fantasy headcanon. So the Lizardmen are based on Mesoamerica, but they control all of Lustria, aka South America, which is the shame as other cultures don't get represented. However, there is allocation called the Mind of the Bearded Skull, implying dwarves. My headcanon is that the spine of Sotek dwarves are the Warhammer Inca. Visually, that'd be fucking cool. That would be really, really cool. You playing those blade guards, maybe? Maybe. I can get them out to show you them. Here they are. I had one shoulder pauldron be gold to represent the, you know, just like the... Just to have it be gold, and one was going to be white. Look at them. They're so cool. Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do with these guys. They might get turned into Blade Guard. I don't know. We'll see. Aren't the dwarves just Scottish? No? I have a question. Will you ever do a painting stream for a night model? If I buy one, maybe. Love the mustache marines? Don't say that to them! Apologize. Apologize. Apologize now. Apologize right now. That is not a mustache. That is a beautiful Aquila motif on the helmet. That is a gorgeous miniature. How dare you? Get him! Eat him! That mask is cool, IMO. It's what made me interested in Ultramarines. Like, that is the helmet. Excuse me. This is the last of the gunk. I can feel it. It's in the back of my throat. Alright, chat. So here's the game plan today. We've got Calgar here. And I need to highlight the rest of the gold. I've already done the belt buckle, the pauldron, the... I've done, like, the torso. The only thing we need to do is this shoulder pauldron, the gauntlets, the backpack, the iron halo, the hip, legs. That's pretty much it. Other than that, we're going to do some stuff with the, like, writing stuff on the purity seals, highlighting some of the silver, edge highlighting the bolter casings. And then we'll go from there. We'll see how we're feeling after all that. Looks great so far. Thank you. I've just been like kind of hesitating to highlight him again, but like this bright gold to layer onto the gold that I already had, because like you can really see comparison. Like look at the legs. Look at that gold compared to the gold on the Aquila. Watch as I turn him. Look how brilliant the gold on the Aquila is when it catches the light. That is gorgeous. That is gorgeous. No spook dreams last night, thankfully. Amazing, my love. I thought for a second you were going to be like, I had a dream of that boss in Night Rain that we couldn't beat. I've also started layering that gold onto my Ultramarines kill team. So if we finish Calgar like earlier than I expect, then we can move on to like finishing the details on the kill team. This is the Sergeant, obviously. Cool Gravis guy. But like that gold, god damn, that's gold. All right. My hungry ass could not paint a minifig. God damn. Bright gold. My body's a little sore today, chat, and it's just because last night I went on a grocery run. My car still doesn't work. I am getting it all figured out, but it's not really a big deal because I don't even use the car all that often. So I just went to the grocery store and I ended up getting a little more than I thought I would. So I just had to walk back with a lot of stuff. So my back is really feeling it today, but I'm okay. All right, let's get to layering. What do we want to start with? How about these eagles? Yep, we looked at the combat patrol before we got started today. We looked at all the updates and stuff. Not the updates, the new articles. You can really see the difference in the gold on the beak. Look at that. Any non-spoiler thoughts on the next Caiaphas Cain book? I'm deciding if I should use my free Audible credit on it or not. It's enjoyable. I'm having trouble finishing it. And I think it's just because, like, I don't feel as engaged with the main plot as I did in the first one. And I don't think that's the book's fault. Or maybe it is. I don't know. It depends how you take it. Very thin. You know what? I'm going to switch to a slightly bigger brush. It's easy when you're doing details like this to get lost in the sauce. But I'm telling you, you gotta remember that 3-foot rule. You gotta stand back and go, does it look good from afar? Yes? Great. I'm not gonna bother painting the underside of it because why? Look at the comparison in the gold. Just from the eagle heads. What'd you use to paint the inside of the cloak? And then I used Tomb King Tan, and then I used a makeup sponge to apply Ancient Stone, which gave it this really fine texture that you can see here. I also washed it with a sepia tone. And that's only because of the inner part where you see like the ultramarine symbol. That's why I washed it like that. But I would probably wash it the same way. You can see in progress here. Now I'm not going to be able to sponge this with the lighter one, but that's fine. This cloak has been really frustrating to actually get to work, but it's fine. Little tiny speck of gold got on my blue, but that's okay. If there's any tiny dots like that, you can always just hide it with some chips or battle damage. It's not a big deal, but if you can alleviate most of the damage, then go for it. my other painting handle? Huh. I can't seem to find it. Look at the comparison here. Much brighter on the back. I'm purposefully not painting the bottoms of the spikes to give more of an illusion of, well, it's just like a more dramatic shadow, you know? Currently trying to magnetize a Questoris Knight for my Chaos Knights. I have no idea what I'm doing, but I hope I'm doing it right. You'll figure it out. I believe in you. You'll figure it out. think the gold on the Iron Halo is pretty much done. Like, look at that. I really like how the shadows look because the gold that we had on before is already pretty dull. So when you put on the new layer, look how shiny it is. Again, look at the comparison on the eagles on the backpack. And so if we leave this gold in the shadows, we can create some really dynamic looking shadows. Viva, are you also disappointed with the new Combat Patrol and Battle Force boxes? Can't wait for Calgar and Phobos. That would be funny. Guys, this isn't... Guys, it's not Calgar. It's not Calgar. It's a Gravis captain with double power fists and bolters. Stop calling him Stop calling him Calgar! Oh, chat, I applied a varnish to the Terminator. Let's see if the shine is still there on the gold. It is. Good. I just used a Rust-Oleum matte varnish. But I'm shocked that the gold is still, like, really shiny. Oh, I also fixed the blue on our little intercessor friend here. Now, I didn't wait. This is why I told you in last stream, you have to wait. Even if it's a dry brush, you must wait for the paint to dry. Because I applied the wash, like, shortly after I did the final highlight of the white-blue. And look at this shoulder pad. Look how, like, it's all splotched and shit. Now, this is actually fine, and I'll tell you why. Because now, he's gone from, like a bright, bright blue to kind of like a almost battle-damaged looking Space Marine. You see here? But you can see I went, like, way lighter on the dry brush. I focused it way more on the edges. But with the transfer and everything, he'll look great. And before you did YouTube, how did you stay positive about getting a job? With the way the market is, I'm having trouble keeping my hope with getting a new job. You have to have things like this. Not an expensive hobby, but a hobby. You need something to take your frustrations and have a moment where you don't think about shit. And that's very hard to do when you don't have a job. But even when you do land a job, you need to have something to, like, take your mind off it. It could be video games. It could be getting into movies. It could be just something. I would prefer you do something where you're doing something with your hands. Learn to draw. Get into handwriting. But as for, like, staying positive, you gotta find the little stuff. The little stuff that keeps you going. Because if you don't have that, you're gonna lose hope. And hope is all we got. Escapism is a therapeutic form of keeping us sane. You also need to be careful with your escapism, because there are some people who, like, get a little lost in it. Chat, is hope real? Yes. Did you tell chat about our factions according to our horoscopes? Yep, we talked about it yesterday. But there was this probably AI generated article. But it was like, based on your zodiac sign, what are you? Sagittarius, that's me. You're an Imperial Fist. You're a defender. Carrie's was Capricorn. Black Templars. Nah. Bullshit. Nah. Ain't no fucking way. It was like, the Black Templars work really hard. And I'm like, yeah, at what? Bro, there was one part of that article that was like, and the representation of compassion, the Death Watch. And I, and many other people went, what? A, not a chapter. B, what? Oh wait, that's a foot. That's a foot. That's a foot. I thought I got some gold on something. Don't forget the Grey Knight's description. I can't even remember what it was. Totally. What do they work hard at? Tell us, AI-generated article! What do the Black Templars work the hardest doing? What's like their favorite thing? This is canonically what all my Ultramarines are listening to. It's like a weird gunk on this spike. We can get rid of that. Careful, careful. You gotta be careful when you're scratching off a little bit of gunk off your Space Marines. They say slurs on Call of Duty. Yeah. Chat, do you know about the Call of Duty video where it's like the speed run? And the guy gets it down to like BLM is 3 syllables, and I have figured out that it's faster to just say I'm black. Do you know what I'm talking about? That video is crazy. Okay, we're gonna load in the lobby. I'm black? What the fuck? John, you gotta look it up. It's crazy. Yeah, time to slur speedrun. That's the one. I'm black. That's crazy. That's insane. Ava. What? That's the video! You want to know the funniest part of the article? What? I didn't read it. Oh, you didn't? I just glanced for like what my thing was, but yeah, I went back and read it and I was like, "Oh, this is what the fuck?" Alright, chat, I've been avoiding it. We gotta do the gauntlets. We have to do the gauntlets of Ultramar. I just started drama without engaging the source material. This is an interesting Gravis, Captain Ava. Isn't he cool? Isn't he awesome? If you pay attention, you can actually see that most of my highlighting for these little tiny details, I'm just softly tapping the brush. And like that, the gauntlet's done. Just softly tapping the brush, using the side of it. Like this. Watch. So if there's paint on this, I'm just very gently tapping. It's not going into the recesses. I'm not layering. I'm just tapping. Have I learned about Calgar? No. You've seen him, though, in Space Marine 2. He's the guy who, you do the banner, and then it's like, oh, we're all gonna lose. Oh, shit. And then fucking you look up, and it's slow-mo. And then he fucking drops down, starts shooting people with his gauntlets. The dude with the white hair. He's the one who looked at Titus and was like, oh yeah, when I found out you were in the Death Watch, I was pissed. Do you think, chat, that the way they're gonna play it is that when Titus, when Captain Akran died, was Calgar, like, on Ultramar or, like, somewhere in the system, and they're like, Calgar, we need a new captain for the second company. Who do you think it should be? And Calgar was like, oh, thank fuck. It's not going to be awkward now. Now I could just name him captain again. Thank God. Oh. Finally. This worked out. Honestly, I could have painted this like a Blood Raven without even taking off the Omegas. We stole those. You mean the symbols of Ultramar, brother. This is the Omega symbol. This is the symbol of Ultramar and the Ultramarines. Dummy. I do this. I do the fucking, like, woohoo, you know. Doesn't the regular Primaris Lieutenant look uncannily like Calgar? I mean, there's like 4 faces GW sculpts. And most of them are like white dude with white buzz cut hair. Or I guess like, I don't know what you would call that style, but you know what I mean. chat, let me show you. I have a helmet, or not a helmet, a head set aside here for my Gravis sergeant. Focus. Like, that kind of looks like Calgar, you know what I'm saying? Like, they only do, like, a couple faces. There's only so many faces of, like, dude, you know what I mean? This is why I'm really excited when they, release, like, the head pack. Or the head sprue, where it's like, oh, there's, like, actual variety in here. Awesome. I painted him with a black skin tone, and he is Sergeant Blood Angel Baracus. The BA stands for Blood Angel. That's cool. I really like painting different skin tones. It's really fun. Focus, damn you, focus. Watch. Just the lightest tapping. I'm just trying to get the side of the brush to touch those raised details. And then that's it. I'm not worried about highlighting the bottom of the pauldron because that would naturally be in shadow as his pose, you know, gives a cool little shadow effect. Is that all the gold? We got the gauntlets. We got, the eagle. How could I forget? The eagle, bro. Gandalf at the Battle of 5 Armies. Thoughts on non-metallic metal versus true metallic metal? Both are cool. I prefer true metallic metal because non-metallic metal is a really difficult technique that when you pull it off, it looks awesome. But if you don't pull it off, it looks like shit. Like, that's my main problem, is that it's so easy to mess up. The Chuds got mad at that because a couple of the heads didn't look like BJ Blazkowicz. Oh, fuck off. Oh no, variety in my war game! Ah! Ah! Do I have a slightly bigger brush? Yes, I do. When you're working with metallics, especially ones that are this thin, you want to make sure every layer is drying before you put on a new layer. Treat it like a white paint. Like, just be very careful. I'm not too worried if there are brush strokes on the metallics of this mini. And that's only because I actually think brush strokes give a cool texture, especially to metals that have, like, again, this is what I was saying yesterday. These are Space Marines that have been on, like, we're putting them on, like, a scene, right? They're like, in a battle. This Marine probably hasn't had his armor clean in, like, months, perhaps years. This one, we're going with how clean the armor looks, and we can fix that with things like pigment powder and stuff like that. But with the way this guy looks, he looks like he just got his armor topped up, compared to this guy where it's like he, you know, like his greaves. This one, the one on the right, his greaves look a little dirtier. He looks a more grounged up. This guy just got like a fresh coat of paint. He's ready to go, right? He just got out of the Tech Marine shop. It's cleaned every time they return to the ship. Exactly. This dude just got it touched up. He just landed. I fucked up by making my Salamander Successor chapter be metallic blue, but it looks fine after I add the frost effect, so I lucked out. Yep. Sometimes you gotta trust the process. Not even happy with the Thalassa Squad Space Marine 2 classes heads? SMH. I think Thalassa looks cool. Decimus, my beloved. I would kiss him on the mouth. And he would say, magazine out, magazine in. And I'd be like, that's so true, my buddy. My king. Kiss me, you big, dumb, beautiful man. How's your wife? Hope she's doing good. Not my wife. She's in chat. Gary, say hi. She's essentially... Listen, when we change the fucking titles to explain what Warhammer to my wife, that's gonna be fucking crazy. Part 1, Horus Heresy, explaining Warhammer to my wife. Imagine the fucking clickbait, the numbers, bro. The fucking numbers. That'd be crazy, bro. You got me reminded of something, chat. 1 second. Woo! It's fine. Everything's fine. I mean, who says Ava isn't the wife? This is fucking true. So chat, my plan for... I have the company heroes, because I bought the Imperial Fist Combat Patrol. It was at my LGS. Well, not my LGS. It was a town over, but I found it. But I plan on making the company heroes, guys, into the Thalassa / Viridian squad. This is obviously Straben. This is Decimus. We're going to say that some time has passed. He's become a company champion. Quartus has become an ancient. I'm working on the ancient still. I am not at all done. I am not nearly done yet. But I've got his helmet all painted. I've got the cape all sorted. I'm very excited to finish this one up. And this one's going to be... what's his name? Vespasius? No, the... Valius? The tactical guy. The jump pack dude is definitely gonna be like... jump pack chaplain? It's the headless banner holder. The sickly shit snacker! Fine. Everything's fine. Plan on having any dreadies? Not currently. I wouldn't mind having a dreadnought. John, I'm thinking about releasing my throne. It's over on my blue sky, but I don't know how exactly it works. Because I know it's like... I know JoeCat uses it. And it's like a program where people, like, you make a wish list. And then, like, your audience can, like, buy you stuff? I don't really understand how it works. thrown. Yeah, that's what I was saying. A lot of content creators use it. Oh. I'm picking up what you're putting down. It is content. No. They're not saying like it's not valid content. They're just suggesting like what kind of content it is, and I'm like, oh, okay, I understand. Listen, sex work is work, bro. It's in the fucking name. Autism. No. Of course. I just wanted to clarify for anybody. Because there are some people who definitely come by and they're like, you know, they don't know. There's some people who come by and chat and they're just like, do you support trans rights? Or like, you know, they just ask like questions just to gauge like, I really like this channel's vibe, but I need to know if this is like a safe space for whatever my personal views are. And sometimes it's people going like, do you think white replacement theory is real? And I'm like, nah. And they're like, all right, bye. Brother, you think them daggum aliens are real? Brother, you're from Kansas, ain't you? You got soft hands, liberal. But really loving these paint streams. I have them playing in the background when I'm painting my minis or building Gunpla. It's been a really great time. Hope everyone has a great day. Much love to you all. Thank you very much. YouTube is pissing me off, so I'm here now. Welcome. Welcome. Ava, I haven't watched a video of yours, but they're replacing white Valhallans with colored Valhallans in the KFS Kane books. I've never read a book before, but frankly, I'm upset by this thing I learned about 20 minutes ago. As a lifelong fan, I think that GW should be a company that doesn't get any money for the rest of the time. Fellers, I'm just asking questions. You're putting chemicals in the corpse starch to make the Imperial Guard gay. Let's turn that theory into a law, brother. Yes. Come with me. You don't build the battle, brother. What do you think this is? 178900? What do you think this is? M43? Is that why corpse starch tastes better? They're putting estrogen in this corpse starch. They're putting soy in that damn there corpse starch. Turning people into soy boys. I think the Imperial man killing people just because they don't want to conform to their empire of genocide and cruelty is wrong. Well, that just makes you a beta cook. Corpse starch is made of men! Eating it is gay! True, true, true. To your knowledge, has there been any instance of Space Marine romance? No, but in the Horus Heresy books, there's a lady who's hanging out with, what the hell is his name? Loken. And she's, like, looking at him, and he's, like, got his robes on, but is, like, he's got, like, the top off, and she's just like, bites lip. Pedro Cantor has a really interesting relationship with a human lady. It's not exactly romantic, but it's like it's not exactly friends either. You know what I mean? There seems to be like a level of care there that you don't really see in a lot of Astartes relationships, even amongst their own battle brothers. That being said, whatever the fuck Mephiston and Dante have going on, what the fuck, bro? That is... Holy! Fellas, find a room. There's plenty on the battle barge. You don't have to do it here. Stop thirsting after a 8 foot tall super soldier. They won't notice you. I can change him. I can fix him, chat. I can show him that socialism is awesome. I am unaware of any Dante and Mephiston stuff, and I have both models. Let Dante be gay, he's sad. Does this battle barge go to Tahiti? No. Damn it! Sorry, I'm doing fine detail work. And I know you want to see it, but frankly, with how the camera is positioned, that's going to be a little hard. I'm not super worried if some of the gold gets into the recesses because of how metal reflects light. We're only doing the shadows to create like some drama. I just assume all Space Marines are gay until proven otherwise. I mean, the thing with Space Marines is that they're like, they're pretty asexual in terms of stuff, and that's only because like they don't really understand, like they're not humans. They don't have an understanding of romance or intimate relationships like we do. So when they like see two guardsmen going at it or like hella flirting, they're like, I do not understand. What is this? Like Goku. Kissing? What is that? What? Do you think Mechanicus uses metric while the rest of the Imperium uses Imperial? That's a very funny idea. That's really funny. If JW brings back another Primarch, who do you think it's first and why? Lehman Russ. And reason being, it is going to be a Primarch that is associated with their own codex, because we got one for Gilliman, which is General Space Marines, and then we had Lionel Johnson, which is Codex Dark Angels, so the only one left is the Codex Space Wolves. Leman Russ has to come back next. Raven Guard don't have their own. Salamanders don't have their own. Blood Angels don't get shit. They only get Dante, and you will be fucking happy about it. Which of the Emperor's gear do you think Russ will have? Probably some claw of some sort. Or, like, his breastplate. I don't fucking know. What about Space Marines who started as humans? That's kind of, like, blown out of them by the time they're a Space Marine. Like, they go through so many years and so much intense training that involves, like, hella brainwashing and indoctrination that by the time it's over, they're not human anymore. Like, they're something... They're transhuman. It's weird that they didn't make the Sanguinor into a Primarch in all but name. Well, it is what it is. I don't know. I'm wondering what the negative reception to the Sanguinary Guard is going to be. I don't think Blood Angels will get anything next edition to, like, fix it, but I think maybe in 12th or... Because, like, the reason why I say that is because these models take time to design, and then they have to sculpt it, and then they have to paint it, and it takes a long time to actually get it all done. You know what I mean? So I'm thinking, like, maybe late 11th edition, early 12th, they'll get, like, a touch-up on Sanguinary Guard. And I only say that because the reception of the Sanguinary Guard kit was so negative. It was so negative. And they've done refreshes and, like, re-releases for things that had about the same amount of volume. In terms of negative reception, Space Wolf, Wolf Heads for Horus Heresy comes to mind. Orc Boys also comes to mind. Just repackage them with an upgrade sprue IMO. Yeah, honestly. As a Blood Angels player, they are trash. Half the models for the same price. What's weird is that they're doing this thing where every main Space Marine faction is supposed to have a elite melee unit of 3 dudes. For Ultramarines, it's Victrix Honor Guard. For Dark Angels, it's the Inner Circle. For Space Wolves, it's the Headhunters. And then for Blood Angels, you have the Sanguinary Guard. But what's weird is that they do not serve that purpose of, like, elite melee infantry. They are just kind of like, oh, they're jump pack intercessors, but a little more. And it's really strange. I'm just waiting for the gold to settle and for it to dry, but let's take a look. If I do say so myself, that gold is looking sexy. I think we're done with the gold, chat. I think that's the gold. Raven Guard. Raven Guard don't get shit. They got a character, but that's it. Good looking Calgar. Thank you. Sorry, guys. Stop calling him Calgar. It's not Calgar. It's a Gravis captain. We've rebased him and everything. GW looked at me in the eye, slapped my mini out of my hand. I went, ah, and they said, sorry about that. I was aiming for something else. However, you can't use this anymore. It's not Gravgar. It is now just a normal ass Space Marine captain. And I said, you know what? I can live with that. I can live with that. The medals are already highlighted, so what's left to do? What's left to do? This pipe needs to be done. The bolter rounds need to be done. Let's do those now. Where's my dark bronze? Can't wait for Calgar and Loincloth. He already... Well, he's got the leather thing. It's a captain, damn it! God, this model is looking so good. Thank you, thank you. It's... Do you understand why I grabbed it when I did? Like, Here's the story of how I got this mini. I looked on the GW store a month before Calgar and Terminator armor got released, or got leaked, and then they showed it, right? This was a month before that. Because I was looking at their site, and I went, where's Calgar? Where's Calgar with his bodyguards? Where's the Gravis Calgar? And then I went, oh no. So immediately I went to Amazon. I went to all my LGS stores around my area, and I was like, do you have Calgar? Do you have Calgar? No. Went to Amazon. It was there. I ordered that shit. Because I wanted this mini that bad. I've always wanted Calgar. You're probably wondering how I got this mini. I have this thing called a wallet. Praise be the Amazon. No, don't praise Amazon. Fuck Amazon. We don't praise Amazon in this household. Alright, so I got the Furioso Dread Legend 2 weeks later. Ah! Ah! If you use the current Ravenwing bikers, should probably grab those now. Yeah, if you like those Ravenwing bikes, get them right now. They will probably be refreshed. Dark Angels in 11th edition are most likely getting a refresh to their Ravenwing. That means Semi-L is probably getting a refresh, as well as the bikes. If you like, for some reason, the Chaos bikes, grab them now. Not, like, right now, but, like, if they go off the store. Ooh. It's dripping. It was dripping. It's still dripping. There's just so much paint. Now, chat, I want to illustrate to you. Look at how bronze that is. That's insane. I really like Pro Acryl's metallics. Calgar and Speedo. Now you're talking. I'd kiss Calgar on the mouth. And he'd be like, what is this? And I'd be like, it's true love. Imagine how bad a dude who lives inside power armor and has acid mouth gland must smell, though. I have to imagine the Ultramarines, when they're, like, done with a battle, they take, like, a hella shower, right? I gotta imagine that is what they're doing. Like, come on. Ian Watson enters the chat. No. No, they don't. They don't know what a shower is. Ian? Ian, stop. No, they haven't showered in so long. Just imagine if they took their boots off. Ian! That's the bolter casings. The expended bolter casings, I suppose. All I really did was, like, they were black, and then I just, like, kind of dragged the brush over it. I'm not going to wash them, because why? Disgusting. I hate that. That's Ian Watson for you. This caricature of Ian Watson that I made up in my head. I'm sure he's a nice guy. I hope he's, like, not being treated ill because of his, like, fetishes. He may have been a nice guy, but he was a master of writing one-handed. Well, God forbid an author want me to shower together. Let's touch up that silver, actually, on the belt. The Imperium B worlds make the candles and purity seals. I'm sorry, B worlds? That's amazing. If that's a real lore thing, that's amazing. I thought it was human fat. It might be. Oh, I know where we need to touch up some silver. The knuckles. Yeah, we'll touch up some silver on the knuckles. And then the ultramarine symbols on the belt. Or not the belt, the, like, tassel things. You know what I'm talking about. You're smart. You know what you know what's up. Oh boy. After playing Space Marine 2, I respect Calgar much more now. You should read his comic. Because that's where I fell in love with Calgar. I was like, yo, this dude's fucking awesome. Still a Blood Angels fan to the day I die, though Mephiston took out a Baneblade in a round of combat in a friendly game. Christ. Here's a good metric if you're ever doing Space Marines and you're like, I wonder if this should be silver or gold. And I want you to think to yourself, A, what your chapter is, and B, is it over the top? Yes? It's probably the case. Do you question what color it is? Most likely it's gold. Yeah. Do you prefer NMM or using true metallic paint? True metallic. I vastly prefer it to non-metallic metal. I would go insane if I did non-metallic metal. Must find all the rivets. If you ever make a mistake, that's okay. Happy little accidents. That's right. That's right. You might ask yourself, Ava, why are you going through the trouble of touching every rivet with this metallic paint? My answer to you is, this is a character model on a normal Space Marine. Me no care. But this is a Gravis captain we're talking about here. So that's why I'm going through the trouble of adding all these little highlights and all these little volumetric things here and there. Because if this character looks awesome, I'll feel awesome. I heard that the Kansas City airport was locked down this weekend. What? You do need to be careful when you are touching the miniature as much as I am. Because your hands, we as human beings secrete oil naturally. So you need to be a little careful when you're touching the miniature a lot. Because you might end up actually scraping the paint off with your natural oils. Alrighty. Let's see here. Any rivets I've missed? No. With my own special project minis, I wear nitrile gloves. These make for a convenient surface to act as another palette. True. Okay, chat. I think we're at a point where we can move on to the other fine details and touching up some other stuff too. Like the ultramarine symbol here has a bit of ooh, that's a pretty color. The ultramarine symbol there has like a little bit of white scratched off, and I think the reason why is because all that paint is under my nail. Ah! That's fine. We'll get it out. Oops. Yep. I think I know what happened. I was wiping my hands off with the paper towel, but the Pro Acryl bronze paint was still on there. So we're gonna switch that out. Yeah. So we're gonna touch up some of the white details, mainly the ultramarine symbol on the belt there. Symbol on the iron halo I don't think needs touched up at all. What about these? No? Yeah, I think we're almost done, chat. With that said, I'm gonna quickly... Well, first we gotta refresh this water, because there's too many paint metallics in it now. What we're gonna do is... that, I'm also gonna use the restroom, so I'll be right back. I'm back. Carrie, don't say streamer gone party chat. Don't say that. You're gonna give them ideas. Where is my white? Here it is. You know what I'm probably gonna do? We're gonna need a new palette. We're gonna need a new dry palette. I bought a bunch of these. I think they're from Home Depot. I can't remember where. Point being, I bought a bunch of them, and they're very useful as a dry palette. Now, you could use a wet palette if you prefer. I like dry palettes specifically with Pro Acryl and Vallejo paints, and the reason why is that they're so thin. They're so thin. Carrie knows how to live, Ava. Wow. What is that? Someone please buy this kid a vortex mixer. Oh, I could buy something that's more cost effective. Wait for that to dry really quick. Didn't know there was a Gravis color car. I thought he only had a Terminator armor version. He had the Gravis armor since 8th edition. What's your new favorite Pokemon starters, Ava and everyone? I like the little gecko guy. I need to see the rest of the evolutions before I make a decision. I'm one of those people. So far, though, I think the bird with the eyebrows is very funny. I need a surge protector over here. Like over on the right side of me. Because if I can get all of this stuff coming from the this side of the desk, and then all of my microphone stuff is on this side, that would work out like way better. The bird is just red, but now it's green. What? Just red, but now it's green? I don't know if I understand. Purple seals, best seals. More like a burgundy to me. But they look good. They look real good. Given enough time, all purple or red wax turns pink. Turns white pink. Oh. That's cool. We'll use custom character rules for this model. Any backstory for him? This is going to be a captain in Gravis armor, I guess. That kind of just makes him Titus. What if Titus wanted to wear Gravis armor today? There's a discussion Space Marine 2 campaign about Gravis armor. Yep. I mean, the point of the Mark 10 Space Marine armor, which is what all the Primaris wear, is the fact that it is modular. It's interchangeable. Calgar, realistically, could get out of this, step into some Phobos armor, and it works just fine. Like, that's how the armor was supposed to be engineered. with that intent. I'm just walking. Just imagine Titus walking to a closet power going, I think it's Gravis armor weather. Looks at the Phobos that's like covered in dust. No, not today. No. I'm fascinated by the lore implications of people who are sent out of time via warp shenanigans. I wish I would explored a little bit more seriously in Warhammer. Like, imagine some pre-heresy traitor legions just popping out of space somewhere and just being very confused very quickly about the current going-ons. But they show up like in Ultramar, and Gilliman personally knew them from back in the day. I mean, cool what if idea. Phobos armor is not machine washable. Shame. Why is Fashionita Titus such a good bit? I'm not feeling Tacticus today. My Lord Titus, what would you prefer? Does this Gravis make me look fat? No, my Lord Titus, no. Are you lying to me? No, why would I do such a thing, Lord Titus? Gravis makes everybody look thick, my Lord Titus. So you're saying it does? No, my lord, no. I see how it is. Do you hate me? My lord? Be honest. Titus being bitchy is a good bit. Purity seals. Three-foot rule. Yep, looks cool. Yes, my lord, I do hate you. I knew it. I knew it. Never said. You think that Akaran was a better captain? No, Titus. That's not. My lord. There's one little spot I need to touch up with Mornfang Brown. Lovely text. Thank you. All I really do is just thin out the paint enough to where it flows out the brush, and then I'm just like tapping very, very, very gently. It gives the you're not making text, you're making the illusion of text. Now, Skulls, do you have any tips on painting white over another color, like white over black primer? Well, there's a couple things you could do, but the main thing you want to do is actually work up from gray. So you're going to go black, and then you're going to go like this gray, and then you're going to go into a white. The easiest way to paint white from black is that method. But if it's something that is white, for example, this Terminator helmet, I just primed that white. I just primed it white. That's all I did. Chad, did you know that this pot is now a collector's item? Wrong sticker. Oh, Titus. Calgar, I mean. Oh, fuck. Who is anybody anymore? Me wants to support numbskulls. Internet bill pay and switching to internet. Here's, well, again, if you are going to support us, I ask you only to give what you can afford. If that's $1 and YouTube's going to take like 30% of that, or Twitch is going to take whatever percentage they take or whatever, and that ends up being like 50 cents or something, that's what you can give. That's fine. That's whatever, you know? I just appreciate the idea of supporting us in general. I really wish you could run Alpha Prime this call, just going, let's see what happens when I mix the entire cookie jar. Feels like it would be a neat lone op boy you could run alongside call. Maybe. Whoa. Has Ava eaten yet today? Yes. I'm just putting very, very thin black into the vent here because I got a little bit of silver on the side. And I'm also just doing it to add a little bit more contrast to it. Okay. Let's highlight the bolters, and then I think we're done. Other than this little middle bit here. Oh my god, there's a little... There are 2 rivets I missed. Unacceptable. I kind of want to buy some Space Marines now just to paint some Crayon Eaters. Ironically, that's a really hard paint scheme. Because you're working with a bunch of different colors. Okay, let's highlight the bolters, then we'll move to the metallics, and that'll be the end of it. Ava, why is time misogynist? I don't know. Father Time? Once I'm done building the rest of my pile of shame, I'm going to jump back into painting my aspect warriors. The last part, I last was part way through painting Jane Czar. That's cool. Good luck with that. we planning on doing something for the base? Not today. I don't have the basing stuff that I want. We're gonna be going for like a red Nevada-ish desert. Not Mars. Like Nevada. You know what's crazy? I can see the paint better on the camera. You guys can see this, where I'm putting the paint, way better than I can. So this is interesting. Oh no, chat, it's not the magnetization. It's not how close, it's the lighting. Have a good time. Thanks for coming on by. 1 minute. It's time to play Carrie's favorite song. She loves this song. I will say, chat, it's way less intense in real life, the highlights that we've done. Like, way less intense. It's kind of crazy. Do you think anyone's ever drawn Speed trying not to laugh? But it's the king of all cosmos? You should look it up, and if it doesn't exist, you should make it. Oh, chat, if you listen closely, you can hear the tornado sirens. Although they're very quiet today. I see the new battle forces coming out. One's just 2 tanks and 2 dreadnoughts. Yep. That's by far probably the best value one. The rest don't look all that interesting to me. But also, I am not an AdMech player, so I do not know. I am ignorant to these things. I will say I don't think the Iron Warriors combat patrol is very good. Who is Speed? I show Speed. He was playing like some game and a kid on mic was... I guess it was like a tournament or something, and the kid was going like, Speed, please, I really need this. My mom is kind of homeless. And that's just a really fucking funny thing to say. So he starts laughing, and a dude comes on call and goes, Speed, I'm watching your stream right now. Why the fuck are you laughing? That's disrespectful as fuck, bro. What the fuck? What are you doing? Yeah, kind of homeless. Does she have kind of a house? My mom is kind of homeless. It's just a really fucking funny thing to say. When was the last time Gene Stealers got anything cool? I can't even remember what their last release was. He's specifically trying not to laugh, but the guy comes on and he goes, why the fuck are you laughing? My mom is kind of homeless. Kind of homeless? What do you mean by that? Rivet time. The Gene Stealers kind of stole our house. My Primarch's kind of homeless. Gilliman, I'm watching your stream right now. Why the fuck are you laughing? What the fuck is wrong with you? Scanning for rivets. Emergency. He found that kid again. Seems to be doing okay from what I remember. Is his mom still kind of homeless? We can fix this. Gilliman's next video is him with a ukulele and apology video. I didn't mean to laugh at that child. I didn't mean to speak the truth. Gilliman! I will not apologize for laughing at something that is objectively funny. Queen America is kind of missing. You're tarnished. Why the fuck are you laughing? Vogeldorn unboxing videos. He doesn't even open the product. He's like, this is a good, well-made box. Very nicely done. I would give it a 5 out of 10. Try better next time, but good effort. These rivets are so tiny. But we got them, baby. We got the rivets. With that, chat, I think aside from basing... Oh my god, focus. Wait, no. Not yet, not yet. There's one last thing. I need to touch up one part of the gold. Ava, this mini will look great when you completely dunk it in Nolan oil. I actually hate Nolan oil. I don't like it. This box is well fortified. I gave the manufacturer a This box is not well fortified. I shall give the manufacturer a strongly worded letter. Who is this no-name Ultramarine? Considering it's a captain now, I guess it has to be Titus. With that, chat, I think that's it. Other than basing and some transfers. Ava's more of a Reichland flesh shade kind of gal. More like a Gilliman flesh kind of girly. Agrex Earthshade, my beloved. How are you feeling? Is there anything that you're like, oh, that's missing? Let's take a look at what I was talking about yesterday. You remember when I said we were basing orange? It's specifically for parts like this. Do you see this? That's to resemble the dirt underneath all that armor. It's subtle, but it's there, and it gives like a pretty cool contrast when you turn the whole thing around. You know? Army Painter strong tone gain. It's like the just brown wash is good. I think that's it, chat. I think that's Calgar. Oh, the soles of the boots, the protruding parts, do you think that they should be a different color? No. Chat, I think this is the first time I finished a mini in like a long time. Yeah, you guys just see like a way more saturated picture than I do. Like, this is closer to real life, what you see right now. This is much closer to real life. Do you see how subtle the gray on the bolters are now? He looks like jeans. I would like ASMR of people pointing at parts of their minis with a small pointer and or brush and quietly explain all the details and artistic choices. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'll get that done, ma'am. You're right, honey. I will do this for you. I'll tell you what we do need, though. It looks really good. Thank you. Let's see if this white hasn't dried. Can I revive it? Can I revive it? Yes. We're adding a single dot of white right there. Now you might be asking, Ava, why? I'll tell you. We're gonna add a thin layer of Blood Angels red over it. We'll have to touch up a little bit of silver, but that's good. Luckily, the silver we have is still workable because it's so liquidy. But there's one part that needs to be striking. It is the eye. Let's go back to what it kind of looks like in real life for y'all. This thing has such trouble focusing on anything that isn't like a hand. Look at that eyeball. Look at that eye. Swing! Let's do the 3-foot rule. Not exactly 3 feet, but... Looks great. Like, as a gaming piece, it's gonna look like this, you know? Awesome! Oh, wow. Dude. My first Space Marine character finished. Wow. Let's put him in a crowd. Let's put like a... Awesome. Awesome. That's a very well paid captain. I meant captain. I'm very happy how he turned out. I'm also using this as a test to see how out of place the Terminator looks. He doesn't look all that out of place. Like, he's definitely a little brighter. I've been kind of self-conscious about the Terminator lately. Ah! Nah, it's fine. Yeah, I'll feel a lot better when like there's a full squad of them. Bless me. Awesome. You can also kind of tell who still has the old gold compared to the new, because like look at look at this gold here. Here, I'll use this end. No. Do I have like something that's brightly colored? No. Guess we'll use this. Look at the gold here compared to here. So like Captain and Gravis, Captain, normal. You definitely cannot tell from 3 feet away. That is true. That is true. Is that other gold not Retributor gold? This is a mix of Balthazar gold and Retributor armor. I mixed it. I can't remember the mixture at all, but I wanted like a more old gold kind of thing. But then I got onto this bright gold from Pro Acryl, and more specifically, this bad boy. Liquid metal. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh. I've always wanted to try Theo. It's fun. Before we wrap up today, chat, here, let's do something. Let's do something interesting. So firstly, whoop. This guy's gonna get covered in gunk again, and that's fine. You might be like, but it's gonna build texture. Yeah, that's the point. We're gonna try a different method of underpainting him. We're actually gonna go, where is it? Where's my all reliable? Burnt sienna. We're gonna try something. Have you ever put a silver paint with a drop or two of any ink to get an awesome metallic paint? No. Personally, no. I've been thinking about getting a Necromunda. It's cool. They got some cool minis. When they're all in a group, I don't think anyone will notice. No, it's just because we only have one. When we paint more Terminators, of which I will probably prime them today after this stream, it's not going to be noticeable at all. Burnt Sienna. Black Legion. I did the trim yesterday just to show you how the gold worked. This is just a test mini. Worst case scenario, we just strip it. Do it again. Forget dry brushing, we're soggy brushing now. This is called overbrushing, but I'm definitely doing a stipple motion to start building up that texture. Because we want that. We want that for our Black Legion guys. Alright. I'm going to leave this to dry for a second. We're going to go get a refresh of some water. For those who watched yesterday's stream, you're probably going to be like, wait, burnt sienna? That was the first step of what we did with the Ultramarines. Yes, it is. I want to try something. We're in real testing hours at the moment. But I'm going to go get another thing of water. I'll be right back. I also need to get a tool. Behold. Behold. We're gonna try something today. I'm curious. I'm very, very, very curious. The Beauty Blender, yes. Yes. The Egg Sponge. We're just gonna make sure that it's damp, but not wet, just damp. It should be just kind of cold when you touch it to your skin. Just kind of cold. Okay. I'll get my headphones on. Okay. It's not totally done drying just yet. Not done just yet. But that's okay. Me after the Cheetos bag. Oh. Yes. Yes. We're gonna try something that I've wanted to try for a while now. I'm gonna move my Ultramarines back. Don't look! Don't look, my little Ultramarines. Don't look. It's okay. I'm actually gonna set Car aside. Just in case this goes in a catastrophic way. That it's fine. I'm gonna put a bit of coal black on the palette. Put a dark warm gray also on the palette. I'm gonna leave those alone for now. We're also gonna get a new paper towel. He's almost there. Chad, if you are going to do this method and you're like, oh, I've been wanting to get one of these beauty blender things, just get the cheap ones. It doesn't matter. They cost like 25 cents to make. Do not pay 20 bucks for like one sponge. That's ridiculous. We need something better than this. We're getting real chaosy up in here. Do you like the new Orc War Boss model? I think it looks really cool. I think we're ready. Sponge. I've loaded it up. Whoops. I got a bit of gray on there by mistake, but that's okay. As you can see, I am just attacking the miniature. And I'm realizing this step would be better later with this sponge. This would actually be much better for a later step. So here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do. Ava, who is this? This is an Iron Warrior. This is the one that I showed the trim test yesterday. Switching to a flathead. I want to be able to get into most of the nooks and crannies. I'm using a combination of overbrushing and stippling. Very similar to what I did with the Ultramarines, but just way, way, way more aggressive. I do not care about texture buildup. I do not care if it's totally covered. I care that the majority, I'm talking 95% of the armor, by the end of me doing this, is gonna be black. And some of the recesses are still gonna have that dirt layer in there. That's what we want. Dark warm gray. We're gonna do what we did with the first pass of the black. This is just an experiment, chat. One moment. This sponge is still wet. We don't want that. Okay. Looks a little gray, but that's okay. We need more black in the darker parts. I want to look. I think we gotta go way lighter with the makeup sponge. Like way lighter. Oh, there's an idea. We use the fat part of the brush to do like the highlights up here. Yeah, there's something. There's something there. I don't know how to feel about it. To you, it looks way more gray than it does in real life. Aren't you supposed to sponge the other way around, pointed at it first? Yes, but I'm trying to use it as like a highlight. But I'm realizing that might not be what we're going to end up using it like. We might not even use it. This was just an experiment to see if this would even work. Now, what if, chat? What if? Because I do have another black primed Black Legion. It gives a cool, like, volumetric highlight. I'm just wondering what that's going to look like after the unifying wash. One sec, I'm just cleaning the sponge. Okay. Remember, chat, you're seeing this a lot brighter. This is closer to what it looks like in real life. Let's do a bit of gold on it. Some other colors on it will be helpful. We'll do it just a little bit. Just a little bit of gold. Just a little bit of gold. I'm cracking the window open. Okay. Let's do a shoulder pad. And we'll see how we're feeling. Hey, Ava. Hello. Have you ever tried like a Statue of Liberty copper as Death Guard trim? It fucks. I used that bronze that I used for the bolter casings on not Calgar earlier. And then I add like a bunch of verdigris. Let's say most of your army has red armor. Can you paint a squad with blue armor and say it's because it's my warlord's bodyguard / unit? Yeah. They're your minis. Do whatever you like. Let's put it this way. We all pay far too much money for this hobby to be concerned with what is lore accurate or codex compliant or whatever. Do whatever you think is cool. My Ultramarines worship Khorne. Yeah. Go for it. That was isopropyl alcohol. In case you were wondering, this is an alcohol-based paint, which means you cannot thin it with water. And I would not recommend using your normal brushes for this process, because they will deteriorate far faster than if you were just painting with normal acrylic paints. Will the Space Marine shirt ever come back, but augmented as a armored super space soldier man design? No. We'll just make different stuff. Wish I could have afforded to buy one then. Well, I'm sure there will be things that are similar to it in the future. Do not worry. Glad that AOS is growing. Me too. I love AOS. Isn't it crazy that this is all like one coat? Somebody at my company has been terminated for a third time. Okay. Shame me once, shame me twice. What about shame me thrice? Who's to blame now? I'm just imagining the employer going like, okay, but this time it's your last chance. And the employee like nods their head like they're a cartoon character. I'm like, okay, you're not gonna do that stuff that we made you get terminated last time for, right? They're shaking their head like a cartoon character, like, boing, 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 boing. Okay. Well, see you at work on Monday. Dead. I bet it's not even their fault. I mean, I don't know why. If you fire somebody, I get giving a second chance, but a third? I don't even know. I have never heard of somebody getting like a third chance at a place of work. From what I've heard through the grapevine, they're not necessarily a good person either. Well, that's a shame. Ah. Why would you hire that person back? You better not be creepy to the women in the office again. Oh, I promise, boss, I won't do it. Okay. But know that if it happens, I'll hire you again. Got it, boss. Okay. I don't think it ever got confirmed. Okay. I'm satisfied with the tests and getting more practice in with this gold. Okay. Here's what we're going to do now. First off, clean off this brush. Good enough. I have a set of 3 brushes that I specifically use for this. Alright. Ooh. Alright, so it looks gray to you, chat, but it's like a little more... like it's slightly darker than the other one. Or, well... they're about the same. So we use dark warm gray over this. Now, here's the test. We're gonna do this pauldron. And I'm gonna use a product that I haven't used yet. Well, I haven't used it on stream, I should say. Okay. This is Villainy Inc.'s Goon's Grime. It's an enamel wash. It is a cool product. I like it quite a bit. And we're going to use it on this shoulder pad and see what it does to the black color. And we'll go from there. I will need some white spirits. If you are going to use this product, again, just like the step we did with the isopropyl alcohol, make sure you have a window open. If you don't have a window open, ooh. I'm also going to turn down the music. You want to shake the ever-loving crap out of this thing. Once again, I have a specific set of brushes that I use for these sorts of applications. I call them my oil brushes, but I use them for oils and enamels. Now, Goon's Grime, or Villainy Inks range in general, they are enamel paints that are meant for the grimdark art style, or more specifically, weathering in general. So we're going to give it a try on this shoulder pad, see how we like it. But the way you're supposed to do it is, you apply it, wait about 15-ish minutes, wipe it off, wipe off any parts that you want wiped off with white spirits, and we go from there. We're also going to try it on this guy. We're going to try it on his shoulder pad and see what that does. There's no gold, obviously, but this is all just testing. Do you have any opinions on lacquer paint? No, never used them. Just shake the heck out of it. I actually need to go into the living room because that's where all my pipettes are. So I'll be right back. And yeah. BRB. Found them. They were under a box. Okay. Pipette. Goon's Grime. Now, the point of this stuff is to make the grimdark art style, which means that it already has like matting agents in it. So it's pretty cool. As you can see, it's brown. And we're not going to use the white spirits just yet. We're going to take our brush, and we're just going to do the right shoulder pad. Load it up. And cover that bad boy. I can be pretty heavy, I can be pretty thin. I'm going to go pretty heavy with this. We'll see how that looks when it dries in about 10-15-ish minutes. We're also going to test it on this guy, because this had the layer of dirt that we did. I'm also going to test it on his... no, the shoulder pad will do. But the point of this is to see... we're going to do... We'll do his backpack too, because that looks pretty great to you guys. We're going to do this. And you're probably going to look at this and be like, oh my god. Ava ruined it. What is this? What is he doing? Is he stupid? Don't worry. It's an enamel paint. It's different. It's very, 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 very different. Okay. Now, to clean my brush, I am just wiping it on a paper towel. I'm not going to clean it with water. I'm not going to clean it with isopropyl alcohol, although I could, but I don't want to. Nearly 5 hours of streaming. Good on you, Ava. Yeah, I didn't intend to go this long, but I wanted to do some testing before we wrapped up today. I wanted to do some Chaos Space Marines. All right, I have a pipette loaded with white spirits. I'm going to put it in this little cup here. And then I'm going to close that, because remember, they're still odorless mineral spirits. You don't want to be breathing that in. You really don't want to be breathing that in. And now we wait. I have here a makeup sponge. We're going to use that to wipe it off. But the main point of this is to see what happens to the paint. Does it look black at the end of this? Is it required for us to do this step where we make it look like the burnt sienna and then we do the black and then the gray? Or can we just skip straight to black, sponge on a gray, and then that'll be it? We'll see. So, just making sure. You know what? I'm going to take this time to start cleaning up my work area. I would also like to tell everybody that tonight we are streaming. Carrie and I are going to be doing Magic Monday. There's a new patch of Infinity Nikki, although I don't know if we're going to really engage with the story this time, because while the patch might be good, we have no idea. We've been kind of disappointed with the recent ones, but we'll still have creature checks and all that jazz. But yeah. But I'm just taking this time to clean up my work area a little bit, just enough that I know where things are. Those are my ultramarine brushes. You don't have to use a makeup sponge when you start cleaning off the stuff. You could also just use a brush, which is partly what I'm going to be doing. But what we're waiting for now is for the paint to actually look dry. Once it looks dry, we're going to wipe it off. And then we'll see if we like the results. And if we do, great. And if we don't, well, we'll figure something out. We can check out the story, and if it's fun, then great. And if it's not, then I can finish it off stream. Yeah, literally. Chat. Gary's next treatment, which, again, we wouldn't be able to do without you guys, is tomorrow. So I'll probably be back maybe. I do need to get some work on Magnus done. I'm finally at the end of this sickness. I'm still going to take this as a rest day, but I need to start getting my butt back into work. But with that said, I might be back tomorrow for a stream. Probably. Maybe not. We'll see. If we are going to stream tomorrow in the morning, it's probably going to be assembling some Chaos Dudes. No painting. But we'll see. Paint is still quite wet. You can see it's pooling quite a lot here, and that might make you panic. But give it a bit. Rest today. Stream for 5 hours. Streaming is literally like the easiest thing on the planet. It might be the easiest thing to do ever. Speaking of magic money, oh, Magic Monday. I was reading about Don't Stop Girly Pop, and people are saying it's literally one of the best Doom likes out there. Yeah, we saw a trailer for it last night, and it looked really, really funny. I think it looks awesome, actually. Streaming is only easy when you have chat to talk to. That is true. That is true. I'm very fortunate. I'm fortunate to have a chat. To have little people inside my computer. I'm happy that I was able to fix this guy. All I did was, like I said yesterday, with the wash that we did, we basically brought him back to the first dark gray blue step. So all I did was splashed on some blue, then some sky blue, and then I did a very, very, very light dry brush. You can see it particularly on the helmet and the backpack, of white blue. And I'll show you with this example. I didn't use this brush, but it's an example. When you're dry brushing, especially like edges like this, you don't want to be doing this because your brushes are going to catch the top of the sphere here, which if that's something that doesn't bother you, great. But if you want just the edge, I find that doing this, going in like this motion, helps a lot. I did it for the feet a little bit. It didn't turn out perfect, but again, this is an intercessor. I'm not worried about the edge highlights. I'm doing the bare minimum, right? For something like a captain, I'm probably going to go in and add a couple highlights here and there, like on the collar here, on the power fist. But honestly, I don't even know if he really needs them. Like, he looks great already. Like, there's enough contrast between the parts. I also just don't like doing edge highlights. So from what I can see, and we won't tell until it's dry, but from what I can see, it does look like it's knocked the color back down to black. But we'll have to wait till it's dry and then wipe it away and see how that goes. Because you want it to sit long enough to where it has a grip and it stains the model. Like, the whole point of going to this gray step anyway is so that when we do apply this grime, it looks black. Now, if this doesn't get the results that we want, what we're gonna do is we're gonna do the probably not burnt sienna. Probably not burnt sienna, because I don't know, from far away it looks kind of cool. Maybe burnt sienna. We'll see. We'll do like a brown or an orange base coat, then black, if we don't like how it looks gray. Maybe like a small dry brush of the dark warm gray, maybe. We'll see. We'll see. But this is the hard part of this painting technique, is just kind of waiting. Although I can show you, I have to be careful because there's white spirits right here. You can see that there is like small textured grains. There's like, I think it's like microscopic sand or something, but it's in the enamel paint itself. So when it dries, it's going to look really, really, really matte and give it even a more textured surface. We're going to start touching it. Just a little bit of touching. Depending how this looks in the recesses as well, we might even skip the brown part. Because if this gives like that brown recess shade, then who cares? Why even base it brown? But we'll see. It'll be very noticeable when it actually dries. But right now, like, I'm not actually removing it. What I'm doing is I'm just kind of spreading it around. The only way to remove it would be with the white spirits. That gold would look sick with some bone white / khaki miniatures like the AOS Bone Boys or the Tarnish, the Tannish White Dark Angels Dark Angels Terminators. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This gold like it's gold. Like it looks more yellow to you guys, but in real life, like that looks like gold. I don't have anything gold around me. Looks gold enough to me. Yeah. Oh boy. We're gonna have to paint so much trim. We have to paint so much trim. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. At least the Slanesh ones don't have a whole lot of trim. Like, they've got a little bit on the torso, leg, and, like, that's it. Like, they do not have nearly as much as, say, the Havocs or... Like, I feel like the Death Guard are going to be the hardest because their trim is just so small. You know? I'm just going to cover the gray head and see what that does. The print worked. What print? Okay, speaking for the Iron Warrior... It does look darker. But I don't know if it looks black. You know what I mean? I think what we might end up doing is we do the same steps. We do the sponge technique. But we mix it 1-to-1 with coal black and dark warm gray, and that's the highlight. So it's like really, 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 really subtle. It's definitely darker though. Like, I don't know. I'm trying to compare the shoulder to the chest plate because the chest plate did not get touched with the black, like, at all. Maybe that does look black. Maybe I'm just crazy. Maybe I am just crazy, because that backpack to you guys definitely looked gray, right? And it's not fully dry yet, but like it is darker. It did stain. What song was it? Forces. It's a anime song. So we, no playing that. Where did I put the Goons Grind? Over here. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do the ultimate test, because this, we can all agree, is gray. The axe is gray. One drop. Fuck, it did two. 2 drop of Goons Grind. Okay. This is all testing. The axe. Alright. Take a note. Take a screenshot if you want. I'm going to go in 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Okay. And now we wait. Let me check the directions on the bottle. It just says use with mineral spirits, take proper safety measures, yada yada yada. 1 second. All right, about 15 minutes to an hour. The Iron Warriors is dry. I think maybe we go with how we did with the Iron Warrior, because I'm gonna do that leg too. We're gonna see how that looks. All right, Chad, what do you want to talk about for 15 minutes? Men are being emasculated in America, and it's great. These streams help me get so much painting done, dude. Thank you so much. Of course. The purpose of these is to just, like, encourage productivity. Show people that, excuse me. Painting isn't hard. They can be very, very fun, very easy. Yeah. Is there anything on your wish list of cope you would want to see from GW Ava? Please. 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 I just want Corn Warriors to be able to ride the Juggernauts. That's all I want.
This guy is no longer part of the army, but this was technically the first word bearer character I painted. He was originally my own custom warband, and then I stripped the paint, and then I made him a word bearer. I kind of hate this kit, but it's whatever. I enjoyed painting it all the same. Small blue demon. Look at him. Look at him. The demon was the real part, the real purpose that I wanted the actual mini. Did you try polishing metal colors? What do you mean by polish? Like adding a brighter color onto it? Because I do that all the time. Monkey's Paw Curls, Corn Warriors now have Heelys that can be led by Lords on Juggernaut moving at the same speed. Sure. I'll take it. Corn Gores on Juggernauts? Sure. I'll take it. You know, it's going to be really fun painting, chat. There he is. Mr. Despoiler himself. I gave him a different head, because I didn't want to paint his stupid face. So now he has just like a normal CSM helmet, but I put his top knot on here, and I secured it by gluing it to the shoulder pauldron. And like, I think I also did a paperclip pinning into his head. But we will have to be careful around that part. I kind of regret putting the cape on, but it's whatever, you know. We'll figure it out. What's he got in this little truck rack? Human, Space Marine, human, Tyrannid, Space Marine. Okay, fair enough, I guess. This will be a lieutenant, most likely. Maybe a sergeant, who knows. We'll get there when we get there. But that's Abaddon. The perfect miniature. My money's on the gobbo. Just fucking bonk him. I love this goblin. I would die for him. Do y'all have a P.O. box? I have a throne. This is Lord of Mikadis' body that I tried to make it look like he was kind of lurching forward. This was going to be a Master of Executions. I don't know what to do with it now. I guess we'll strip the paint. Which is going to be a bit of a pain, considering I worked pretty hard on the base. Although I didn't really feel satisfied with it at the end of it. I don't know. I feel like I could paint him better. All right, let's check in on this. Just sponged a little bit off, just any excess. Chat, you know what I have? Leftover oven pizza. And that's gonna be great for a little lunchtime snack. Yeah, okay, so you can really see it on the arm. Like, it's literally right next to each other. But look how matte the shoulder looks. Look how dusty it looks now. You know what's crazy? Watch this. I'm going to dip this sponge in a tiny bit of mineral spirits. I'm going to get off all the excess. Now watch this. Okay, you watching? Now when that dries, it's going to be like the dust effect is just completely gone. See? It's slightly different. Good evening. Hello. Let's check in on our fly guy. Look at how that trim came out. That looks awesome. Now the backpack, if you'll remember, I did wipe away some of it while it was still drying. It did turn it black. Same thing with the helmet. I did wipe a little bit off. I wiped a little bit off here too. This will be the real test. The excess is all on the bottom, and I didn't touch that part. So we'll see what that looks like. Which chapter is most likely to clean their space marines when they get back to base by hosing them down? Dark Krakens? Because their whole thing is water? What color do you think you're going to make the fly eyes? Red. Let's check the leg. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that looks cool. That looks cool. Okay. I think I have the method. I think what we're gonna do, we base them all in burnt sienna, right? So they're all gonna be orange, or like orange, like a ruddy brown, right? Then we add like a bunch of black, just the most black you've ever seen. We dry brush the dark warm gray. We dry brush it. And then we use the Goon's Prime and then we're good. Well, we do the trim, obviously, but then we go from there.
I would consider adding highlights to the trim. But frankly, I don't see, like, Chaos Marines really taking care of their armor. Like, look at the shininess comparison. Like, it still catches the light, but not nearly as much as this, you see? Like, look at the pauldron versus the legs. Yeah, I think dry brushing the dark warm gray is the way to go. Maybe tomorrow we paint a Chaos Space Marine. Maybe that's what we do tomorrow. All right, chat. What Space Marine do you want us to paint tomorrow? Here are our options. Not that guy. Not that guy. I have between these three. Slanesh Nurglecorn. The Zinch guy. I don't want to paint him. I don't want to paint him. Not tomorrow. No. I can hang out while I'm on the train to my appointment. Oh my god, that's so cute. He has a hand. He wants you to talk to it. Shake my hand. Come on, shake my hand. Corn guy seems ready. Could we get like a... What do I want to paint? This is ultimately what it comes down to. What do I want to paint? You're doing trim either way, buddy. That's true. That's true. Let me really look at like what there is. Cloak won't be bad. We just base coat everything. My plan is to base coat everything. So we'll have the pauldron. The skin might be a bit of a challenge. Or not. Obviously the most appropriate. Especially for the gross stuff we're going to be doing.
The only part that I don't like is all the little maggots and stuff. I don't want to do that yet. The main focus is the armor. Bug check. So you see how it's dried all like globby right there? It's like that just thick thing of brown. Well, I dipped my sponge in some mineral spirits. Gently touch it. It's like it never happened. It's that easy. Yeah, that definitely turned it black. Okay. Where's my notebook? Okay. I have a little notebook that I write down all of my stuff in. Okay. Okay. Just writing down what the plan is helps me remember it more. We could also just paint this dude. Maybe we just paint the Iron Warrior guy. Because I feel the characters have like a lot going on. And I don't want it to be a super duper long stream like this was. And I also don't want to mess up the characters, because if we do, and I feel the urge to strip the paint, I'm going to be very upset. So, how about... we just... wow! I just don't want too many parts. That's my main thing. Like Death Guard, the main issue with Death Guard is that they have so many different things going on. You've got like the tubes, you've got the skin. There's just a lot going on with each and every mini. Let's do this Iron Warrior guy. So with that said, you know what that means? Actually, we'll keep him as he is. No. No. Would you prefer a corn guy? Maybe. I don't know. I need something like basic. This might work. The only thing to really worry about is skin. Paint some terrain. I don't have any terrain. Woo! It's fine. I don't know, cause like, do you see how naturally the dust also accumulates? So maybe we don't even need to do the burnt sienna step. Maybe we just prime black. I'm trying to see what's like the fastest way, because we have a lot of dudes. A lot of dudes. That might be the play. Prime black. Dry brush the gray. Do the gold trim. The working metals. Yeah. I'm starting to get it. Okay. In that case, we're going to do this guy. And here's what we're going to do right now. He'd look great in Black Legion colors. All of these guys are going to look awesome in Black Legion colors. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. Where's my water? Over here. Here's what we do. We're gonna cover this guy in black. Yes, that's right. That's right. We're covering him in a thin layer of black. It's happening again. Where is my coal black? That's Payne's Gray Wash. Where is coal black? I just had it like 10 minutes ago. There it is. Can you have a single Alpha Legionnaire in your army? I talked about this in one of the building streams. I think it would be really funny for one Legionary somewhere in the army to have like a leg that's doing the transition that people like painting. You know what I'm talking about? I think that'd be fun. Where'd you dig this guy out of? If you're asking like about the kit that I used, this is a kit bash. If you're making a comment on why he looks so dirty, we've been testing. This is another thing I want these streams to be, is to like talk to people and be like, yeah, it's okay to like try something on a scheme and not like the results, or try to find a way to make it faster or simpler or whatever, you know? Like, it's normal to change your mind. And also, somebody could totally stumble upon this and be like, oh my god, the thing before Ava covered it up in black again, that was like the coolest looking mini ever. I'm gonna use that for a scheme for, I don't know, Legionaries or Space Marines or whatever. Stormcast. Any army. Inspiration, you know? Now, we're not going to be able to get literally every single speck of ruddy brown off this guy, but that's okay. That is alright. This paint is so thin, I'm not worried about it like blocking any details. I'm also not worried about if I'm inadvertently creating texture, because at the end of the day, as I keep saying, these are Chaos Marines. They don't take care of their armor. They scavenge. They brutalize. They kill, maim, and burn. They're not maintaining their gear. If you're Emperor's children, maybe. But even then, you know? Would canon Chaos Stormcast Eternals ruin Age of Sigmar? No. No, they would not. Thousand Suns would? Yeah, they have magic. Like, my custom warband, the loathsome dog eaters. Yes. Yes. Okay. Well, chat, that's where we're going to wrap up today. Tomorrow, I'll see you tomorrow morning for painting this guy, this Chaos Legionary. Thank you all for sticking around. I hope to see you tonight on Carrie and I Stream Magic Monday. We're going to be streaming some Infinity Nikki. It's going to be fun. Let's do a check on our stuff today. Well, let's see the progress of this guy. Oh, yeah. That looks gnarly. That looks crazy, and that's giving me some ideas. Nice and dusty and worn. Yeah, we do not need the burnt sienna step at all. But let's look at the main star of the show today. Oh, there he is. He's finished. And he's looking pretty good, if I do say so myself. I'm going to go outside and varnish him. And you might be like, oh my god, the varnish. It's going to ruin the metals. I varnished this guy yesterday, and look at that metal. Still shiny as ever. Swing. I'm very happy how Not Calgar came out today. I'm very happy. Thank you all for sticking with me as I ramble endlessly about things that don't really matter. Thank you all for sticking around. I hope you got some productivity done on your end, be it a model or an art project or just some work. Whatever you got done, I hope it was entertaining to have me on in the background. I'll see you tomorrow as we paint up this Black Legion, technically Black Legion, but also Iron Warrior, Legionary. I'm very excited. Hopefully there's no errata that says Calgar and Gravis is actually back. And lol, psych. So, I'll see you guys then. Take care of yourselves. Eat some food. Do a couple jumping jacks. Eat some almonds or something. Anyway, have a wonderful time, everybody. I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye.